Nobody does that tonight,
Call the order of the meeting of the Select Board for July 22nd. Need to go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law 38, Section 21, to discuss the Town Council litigation report review, which comes under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to the litigation. If an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of a public body and the chair to declare so. The Town Council contract under the same category. Police Brotherhood Union and the Laborers International Union also under the same category, Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3. And also to approve the executive minutes of June 17th, June 26th, July 8th. I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion to go into executive session from Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Brooks. On the motion, roll call vote. Mr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Mrs. Brooks.
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson.
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum.
Yes.
And the chair votes in favor. We will return close to 6:30 as possible. Okay, going to open up the meeting of the Select Board for July 22nd. Please rise and salute the flag, and please remain standing thereafter.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing as we offer a moment of silence for our service personnel, both here and abroad, and both past and present. Okay, please be seated. I'm going to start off the agenda by going out of order. We're going to take up the Town Council reappointment and contract. Attorney Savastano.
Good evening. I'm sorry. Okay, well, as you know, I've been serving as town council for 19 years. With me and my associate, Brian Cruz, have had a very good success rate for the town in those 19 years of all the litigation we've had, and we only ever had one case that we didn't win, and I didn't consider that a defeat because we had told the board not to do something in writing, and they did exactly what we told them not to do and got sued, and my letter was Exhibit 1 for Plaintiffs' Counsel. Beyond that, we've been very successful. I enjoy working for the town. I live locally. I've always made it my top priority in my office. We often drop stuff for private clients, pay a lot more money per hour to come over here and get stuff done on an emergency basis because, as you know, the town often requires immediate response on the urgent matters.
Okay, board members have any questions? What's the board's pleasure?
Motion to approve Mr. Savastano's contract from August 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2027 for, what is that, $300 an hour? Is that correct? Per our billable hours?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, on the motion, is there any questions? Mr. O'Neill?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring a couple of points when it comes to department head contracts. In this particular instance, I consider legal as a department. In my mind, it's a relatively decent-sized budget, and the fact that I don't have a current contract to compare what we were given to extend for the next 3 years with an increase in valuation is a problem for me. The term off-cycle was used in order to discuss the effective date and expiration of the proposed contract, but I'm not sure exactly when the current contract expires. So I personally have a problem taking department head contracts prior to expiration, and especially when there's an increase in the cost to the town. This is no referendum on Mr. Savastano at all. I think the work that he's done in the past for the town is admirable. The fact that he's a local representative, a local citizen of the town of Dartmouth is a plus in my mind, but some of these other issues just do not sit well with me. So we have outside counsel for certain areas of legal matters. We have town counsel. We have the school department that spends money on legal. We have, it all rolls up right into the tax base. So I'd need to have at least a view of a current contract first, find out what that expiration is, find out how off-cycle we are, and move on the contract at that time.
Well, I do know that previous town council contracts have always been appointed as of August 1st. And that's when Attorney Savastano first started, was on August 1st, way back when. Prior to that, I'm not sure. I don't have those contracts available, but we'll see if we can find the last contract to give it to you. I know I was looking through it through previous agendas, and I couldn't put my finger on it real quick. You know, I have 11 years' worth of agendas on this iPad, so it's bound to be in there.
Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Tattelbaum?
I respect Mr. O'Neill's viewpoint, and I think that it's valid that we investigate that. However, I do believe we started many contracts August 1st, but now we're in the process of looking for a new town administrator. And in that interim period, I think it's critical that we have our council firmly in place, one that we've trusted and used, and has a great track record, and at a reasonable cost. And I think that we get this contract signed, and we now have it in cycle, and we'll do it on a regular basis 3 years from today.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to, if you're talking about cycle, just making it as of the fiscal year, then we can appoint Attorney Savastano, you know, effective August 1st, 2024, and end it on June 30th, 2027. I'm sure, you know, Attorney Savastano's not going to have a problem with that.
Not at all.
A couple of other issues then. There's really, there's no comparison on the proposed hourly that I can see. I'd much rather have some type of data when it comes to the value of the hourly rate for the work that the town needs done, and no review of the current contract. So normally, in every department head or any contract that we have, we actually send it to Attorney Savastano for his review and put his stamp of approval on it. We can't do that with his own contract, and we don't have anyone to actually review what we've been given. So a couple of other issues with it.
Well, I can tell you that the hourly rate being charged by Attorney Savastano is probably on the lower end. Barnstable is around $400 an hour. Falmouth is like $350 an hour, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at the recent proposals that went out, a majority of the state is serviced by Koppelman and Page. They do approximately 50, 60 communities. They're not cheap. So, and I understand, you know, I understand the contracts being reviewed by council. What council do you choose to choose your town council agreement? And I find, and in recent years, individual contracts were not reviewed by town council, which they should have been. So that's going to change. So I do, you know.
I can also tell you that I didn't draft the contract. It was substantially in the same form I was given in 2005 by Mr. Gagne, who happens to be in the room.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's been in this similar form over several years.
Correct.
I just have one short comment. So I think we all remember Robinson property and the issues with this town went through and could have had some serious financial difficulties besides a 80-foot piece of sand in North Dartmouth. And if it wasn't for this gentleman, I don't know where we'd be. So, yeah, I stand with this, with Mr. Savastano.
Any other comments?
I'm not saying I don't stand with him. I'm just saying I'd rather have some more data to stand with anyone. So.
Well, we'll see if we can locate the contract. Somewhere in our archives, we have that contract. It's just can't put my finger on it right now. We'll get it to you. Okay, I'm going to call the question. On the motion, any further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Was that a no? No. Okay. Yes, it was a no? Yeah, okay.
no.
I want to make sure the language here, so, okay, 4-1.
Point of clarity, is the contract ending 6:30, or is it as it's written?
You're right. All right, yeah, my mistake.
It's all right. Well, tell me the date. What do you want to do, 8?
Want to change the date to June 30th?
I think it's
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
we need a motion to.
All right, so make a new motion to the contract as of August 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2027, at the rate of $300 per hour. Is that a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Second. All right, on that motion, any questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. 4-1. All right. All set. Thank you, Anthony.
Stay around for the town administrator.
Yes, please.
Should he go and come back so that he doesn't charge us while he's sitting here? Sean, is it,
At this, I'm just wondering if we should take a couple of these.
I was just going to ask if we could do the police appointments,
You want to do the police?
because we have a lot of people staring at us.
Okay. Okay.
They've been here
All right.
for a long time.
So, all right, so now that we have the police appointment, we'll have that coming up, but in the meantime,
Bedtime
let's
for
just
these
knock off
young
some of these
boys.
smaller items, not to say the smaller items, but probably items that don't have as much controversy behind them. So, the first one is Faye's Restaurant, request to add outdoor live entertainment to the current license. Hey, how you doing? State your name and,
And Court from Phase.
hey, Matt.
How you doing?
Matt,
So, what are the hours you're looking for to, days and?
Right now, just Saturdays, 6 to 9. We might do other days going forward, but probably in that 6 to 9 range.
Not heavy metal or anything like that?
No, acoustic, live acoustic.
Rock? Okay.
No.
All right, just want to check. Okay. All right, any questions on the request?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain. I do business with Matt.
Okay. Well, I do too. I buy that pizza.
That, too.
Beer, right? No beer.
Flavor.
you have to pay for it.
Oh, no,
You better start paying
bet
for
your
it.
butt, I pay for it. In more ways than one.
Get you arrested.
All right, on the motion, any questions? Is there, well, first of all, is there a motion to approve?
To approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Ms. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 4-0 and 1. Approved. Have fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Next is we have Megan Morrison, who is looking for a conservation appointment. Hi, Megan. Just tell us, well, everybody knows you're Megan Morrison, but now just tell us, why do you want to be on a conservation commission?
Yes, so as a resident of Dartmouth, I think it's important that we become involved in our town as a resident. And also, I come from an architectural background, so I think I'd be a great resource for the Conservation Commission, based on my background.
All right, that sounds good. Board members have any questions?
I'm just happy someone
There a
new
motion to
blood wants to
approve?
be involved.
Motion to approve.
Made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by? By Mr. O'Neill. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, none unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. See the town clerk, once you get your letter, see the town clerk to be sworn in, and then you can contact Attorney Kehoe for your first meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Next item on the agenda, we have a constable appointment. George Barabee. Come on up, George. Okay. All right, so the reason why it kind of lapsed, right? So you're here for a renewal?
Correct.
This is a renewal, so, okay. All right, normally, this is something we take care of during the course of the year, but it lapsed, which is no big deal. He's seeking his renewal for his constable to serve in Dartmouth. So is there a motion?
Motion to reappoint.
So is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mrs. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none unanimous. All right.
Thank you,
Good
Board.
luck, George.
Thanks.
All right, Dartmouth Housing Appointment Authority, Victor Samalis Jr. Victor, you here? Ooh, that's not good. All right, well, this is a request from Robbie D'Souza, the Executive Director of the Housing Authority. Mr. Samalis is a tenant, and he is a tenant, he's being appointed as the tenant board member of the Housing Authority, which is required by law. Board's pleasure.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Ms. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Yes.
I have one quick question. I think
My voice.
it is a little concerning that the person's not here, and it sounds like a job that a lot of people volunteer for. I think that maybe we should consider a letter to Mr. Samoulis that whatever the requirements are to attend, he should know them up front.
I think,
Or let-
if I'm not mistaken, the housing authorities find a tenant who wants to be on the board. They already give them the direction as to what they need to do. So I'd And to be honest with you,
He was the only resident who,
plus the fact that
Only one that signed
Plus the
up.
fact that the town has limited authority over the housing authority because it is a separate quasi-municipal thing. We don't have much power over at all, other than appointing a town representative and a tenant representative. That's pretty much it.
Maybe just we direct the chair to make sure that this person knows what his responsibilities are.
We'll make sure.
Thank you.
Okay. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, unanimous. Now, police appointments. Chief? Let's see why all these suits are here.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The police department is currently down 7 officers, and I'm anticipating losing another 4 by the end of the year. On June 6th, Civil Service issued a new hire list for police officers. We requested that list. It contained 44 candidates, 17 of which signed they were willing to accept appointment. On June 25th, 15 candidates arrived for a mandatory orientation at the police station, and we had 1 withdraw during the process, leaving us with 14 candidates. According to the Civil Service regulations, we requested to fill 6 vacancies. That allows us to choose from the top 13 that are willing to accept. We then perform background investigation in the top 8. Based on the result of our investigation, along with interviews of the candidates during the orientation, I'm recommending that we bypass 2 of the candidates. I provided the town administrator with that information and details on those 2 candidates and the reasons supporting the bypass. I'm further recommending that we offer conditional offers of employment to 6 candidates. And I can give you a brief summary of each candidate that are here with us tonight. First candidate is Noah Cabral. He's been a Dartmouth resident for the last 12 years, graduated from Dartmouth High School, went on to continue his education at UMass Dartmouth. He has worked his way up to a management position at a local supermarket. Next is Connor Phillips, a lifelong town resident, graduate of Bristol County Agricultural High School. He went on to Johnson & Wales University, earning a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He has experience in law enforcement through internships with the Law Enforcement Division of the Rhode Island Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and with the Massachusetts State Police. After his internship with the Mass State Police, he entered their cadet program, and he currently works for the Mass State Police as an analyst in their body-worn camera division. Nicholas Bonds is next. Dartmouth resident, graduated from Dartmouth High School before majoring in cybersecurity and marketing at Bristol Community College. He currently works in the food service industry. Mr. Bonds comes from a family of law enforcement officers. Number 4 is Jack Dufely, also a Dartmouth resident and graduate of Dartmouth High School. While attending high school, Jack interned with the Dartmouth Police Department. After graduation, he worked for the Dartmouth Parks Department for a brief time before attending the Mass State Police Cadet Program, where he assisted with various events and operations. Number 5 is Nolan Fonseca, a lifelong resident and Dartmouth High School graduate. He went on to study criminal justice at Bristol Community College and is employed at a local supermarket where he worked his way up to asset protection. And finally, number 6 is Riley Mydlack, a graduate of Bristol County Agricultural High School and a Dartmouth resident since 2021. Her determination and preparation to become a Dartmouth police officer was evident during the hiring process. So in summary, I'm requesting that we bypass 2 of the top 8 candidates, and the remaining 6 are issued conditional offers of employment, which will allow us to continue the hiring process and get these candidates into an academy as soon as possible.
Okay, so so if we move them all forward, when's the academy?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer, because we were looking at.
Usually is, that's why I asked it.
Yeah, it's constantly a challenge to get the timing right, because the process takes a while as it is, and the lists are issued annually. So we get on them as quickly as they come out, and we move through the process as expediently as we can, making sure we're also thorough at the same time. We were targeting a Plymouth Academy, which would be starting late August. However, that academy is full. Now, there is still some hope that some of the candidates that are trying to get in that academy aren't going to pass the physical fitness requirements and aren't going to make it. So what we're going to do is, if these offers are issued tonight, we'll finish the process up over the next few weeks, and then we'll make some phone calls and try to find out when the next academy is going to be, because right now there aren't any scheduled locally.
Okay. All right.
Sean?
Sean?
Go ahead.
Chief, is there any, would it help us to have intervention from state delegation to try and expand the number of candidates in the Plymouth class? I mean, would something like that help?
Yeah, so, like I said, I didn't want to make any phone calls until we actually have candidates that are ready to go. But my intent would be is to start off by calling the Plymouth Academy to see if they could take any more, or see if some of the current spots actually open up. Generally, they'll have a wait list, and we can at least get them on the wait list to see if spots open up. The next call would be to the MPTC director, which is the training council that puts on the academies, to see if they have plans on having any other academies that would be considered, reasonable for us to attend. They don't have any posted right now, but it doesn't mean there aren't some in the works that they haven't officially announced yet. So that would be my hope. And if they don't have any, then I would push and potentially reach out for assistance in getting them to run one, because it's not just Dartmouth, but it's this area right now. We're looking at essentially the next 2, and some are even 6 months out, is Linfield and Holyoke. So, Linfield might be a possibility, Holyoke, not really. But neither one of them is really convenient in any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume with the towns, a lot of the cities and towns in the same boat that we are, sooner the better.
Right. Exactly, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, I mean, moving forward, if we do accept the conditions, you guys have chosen a profession that really, number one, is dangerous. Number two, probably not well-liked lately, but it's admirable. Plus the fact that the other thing, too, is that you're all Dartmouth residents. So the people you're going to be dealing with are your former friends, friends that you've known in the past, your neighbors and whatnot. And that makes it the most difficult part, is that you have to dispense justice on people that you know. And that makes it difficult. But learning from the staff that is there now, they do it admirably. And I expect nothing less than from any other new recruits. And I think we all up here support you. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that you have the tools, you have the acumen to do the job correctly. But also, more importantly, your family. Your family needs to support you, and you need to get support from your family, because they're your rock, no matter what. Whether you're married, whether you have a girlfriend, or whether it's mom and dad. They need your support, you need their support, and that's the most important thing. So with that, do I have a motion to provide conditional offers of employment to Noah Cabral, Connor Phillips, Nicholas Bonds, Jack Dufley, Nolan Fonseca, and Riley Magdalak?
Motion
I
made.
hope I said that right.
Motion made.
And I would ask just to include the language that the board, a motion to bypass candidate Andrade and candidate Rudge.
Yes. That's so, is that your motion, Mr. O'Neill?
Included in the motion, yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Mickelson. On that motion, any questions? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, unanimous. Congratulations. You're gonna get one, that's for sure.
They look younger and younger every
I
year.
know, that's the whole thing. That's... Yep, that's fine. Okay. Yep. Yep.
I think I'm old enough to be all that
I
opposite.
want to just, these are the letters I'm going to watch.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute.
Okay, you
Really cute.
I have a copy, yeah. I had it
I have
tonight.
a copy of these.
Right on my desk.
Just knew a few of them.
A few, huh?
Okay.
Clear the room.
Look at that. No one.
Page
no
one.
left.
You are all captive audiences.
Lock the doors.
All right, 6:30, right on time. Got a joint meeting with the planning board. So,
Did we apologize to
No worries.
the board that we were late? Sorry.
I already did when I walked in. All right, so we're here. And we have a spot on the board to look at, and we also have to talk about town planner. So, you want to lead off, Mr. Mello?
Okay, so do you want to start with the town planner or with the spot?
Let's-
The interview?
Yeah. Kevin, why don't you, everybody knows who you are because they see you in the meetings, but for our audience, they may not know who you are, so please introduce your board.
Kevin Mello, Chairman of the Dartmouth Planning Board.
Margaret Sweet, Clerk of the Planning Board.
Kevin Estes from the Planning Board.
Nicholas Cyclepatis, Planning Board.
All right. All right, so,
So why don't we start with our interviews for the board spot, so we don't have to keep people waiting?
right. Well, we kind of like the audience.
Oh, really?
All right, so we have a spot open on the planning board that was as a result of former planning board member Christopher O'Neill moving up to the select board position, which created the vacancy. Generally, when this occurs with an elected position, the board, along with the select board, holds an interview for individuals who are interested in the position and to fill. The position does not take the term of the person that they're replacing. It's to the end of, to the next election. They fill an unexpired term, and then at that point, they get, again, to fill, if it's a 3-year term, they get it. If it's a 2-year term left on it, they get the 2 years. So they're not guaranteed a 3-year term unless it's the cycle. So, first person we have on, for an interview is Kira Lawton. Kira, why don't you just come on up? All right.
Hello?
So Kira, just kind of give us a little bit of your experience and basically why. Why do you want to do this to yourself?
I'm not sure, no. My professional experience is I have an architecture degree from Cornell University, and it was the School of Architecture, Art, and Planning. So my whole professional career has been architecture, art, and planning. I've worked for developers in San Francisco and Boston. I've worked for architecture firms in both places and interior designers in both places. And coming back to the South Coast, I moved to Dartmouth. I was born and raised in New Bedford, but moved back to Dartmouth. And I've been here for 23 years. I've raised my 3 children, and I have my own architecture and interior design firm. Why I would like to do this is I feel like at my age, I have a lot of experience and a lot I can share with people. And I think a lot of wisdom of what you can and can't do, and aesthetically and plan-wise for the city and the towns. And I've lived in a lot of different cities, which has been very helpful. And I've seen a lot of projects get developed, and I've from the ground up. And I feel like I can give back, and I can be very useful on this board.
Okay, I'm going to open up to any questions from the planning board. Ms. Lawson? Sorry. Margaret?
Okay, I have one question. Hello, nice
Hi,
to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Have you ever been on any boards at all in the town of Dartmouth?
No,
None at all?
none at all.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Anyone else? No question. No question.
Board members, my board, anybody interested? Let me just ask, let me ask, oh, good.
That's
I'm sorry.
okay. Go ahead.
Please.
Kira, thank you for applying. It's nice to see fresh faces wanting to get involved with any board. You bring a unique perspective as an architect. And the things that the planning board is looking at, lots of detail of the site and what's going to work and what's not going to work. I just think you bring a different lens
Yep.
to that, knowing everyone's background, so wasn't a question.
Okay.
Just
Thank you.
pointing it out. Thank you.
Come.
Mr. Tattelbaum?
Thanks again, Kara, for applying. A little bit, I guess this is a comment, and maybe it's made for the whole board as well. I appreciate the fact that most of the work you do is down and dirty, detail, working one-on-one with residents on their projects. But I also think that, I do think in our perspective, it's the same thing. At some point in time, you have to pull yourself away from the day-to-day work of what a planner does or the planning board does and look at the big picture, be it the master plan, be it what people want, what the residents want, coordinating other efforts of the big picture, whether it be clean water, water sewer, or whatever.
Yes.
And I think that, from my point of view, going forward, I think it's a critical aspect of what planning does, and we need to do. And I'm hoping that as we go forward, that with a new planning director, that we can also coordinate our efforts to make sure that the big picture is always being addressed. It's hard, because you're working on these individual projects week in and week out. It takes a lot of time, but it's hard. And I really appreciate it. It's hard for us. But I think it's critical to our residents. We owe that to them to look at the big picture and pull ourselves away.
So my question is, how good of you are a fast learner? Because from experience and listening to former planning board members, it takes them a while to get into the rolling of everything. Generally, some people say it takes a year, some say it takes 2. Some say it takes a term, which is 5 years. So the question that I have of you, are you willing to commit to roll up your sleeves and get heavily involved? Because this isn't just this is a very technical position. And the effect on it, especially in this town, it's probably one of the more critical positions in this town. That doesn't get a lot of play out there. People don't know what they do, for the most part. They see the results. They see it at town meeting when something's being proposed. Probably 9 times out of 10, they have a marginal understanding as to what they're trying to do. So my question is, are you ready to get down and dirty?
Yep. My kids are grown, and I have 2 out of the house. One still is in college, and I have more time, and I love a challenge, so.
Okay, because your biggest challenge, besides getting to know what's going on, is getting to know what's happening that they're currently doing, and then coming down the pike. And then wanting to know at some point in time, come January, February, if you want to continue. That's the big thing. So, I mean, I'm looking for somebody to sit on that board that's going to be there, bless you, who's going to be there for a while. So I appreciate that.
I'm ready to take it on.
Yeah, I'd like to just share something with you as a precursor to who we are, and thank you for applying, and thank you for your effort and your interest. I want to say that your resume and what you shared with us is profoundly, it's just a great achievement, and it's overwhelming and impressive. And you've been here long enough. I more or less was born and raised here, and I used the word special in my campaign. I just want to share with you that as technical as you are in all of your achievements, there's a heartbeat behind Dartmouth that people don't see when they drive down Slocum Road or up and down Route 6, and who we are and the considerations we make, not for an applicant, not for a project, but for the town in its whole. And I just want to share with you preemptively here that aside from the fact that we are a board and there are guidelines and there's technical reviews and so on, there's a very much family-like feel between us 4 and how we respect, see, and hear the town. And I'm only sharing that with you because that's what you're going to feel when you sit with us and become a group of 5. Dartmouth is special, and we keep that in mind throughout all of our meetings. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Don't let his baritone voice scare you. He is a decent guy.
No, and my father was a fifth grade school teacher at Gidley School for 30 years.
There you
So
go.
I've
Walter
been around,
Schomack?
Walter Schomack. So I've been around
Absolutely.
Dartmouth my whole life. So, yeah.
Big ring
Uh-huh.
in the days when you
Yeah.
could do that.
Yes, sir, that he would throw at your head. Yes.
No, but
Does
my
anybody else from
husband.
the planning board have any other
Just
questions or comments?
just a comment, Sean. So
Okay, Mr. O'Neill.
perseverance doesn't seem to be a problem. This letter says April 22nd, so thanks for sticking it out, Karen.
Exactly.
So the design work, public buildings, can you tell us about any specific projects that were really intriguing to you and the impact that you had on them individually?
Probably you mean, it doesn't matter what it is?
No, no.
The development projects that I worked on in San Francisco were fascinating.
Really?
I was part of the farmers market that was originally designed down on Fisherman's Wharf, and they really wanted to preserve a natural area that they could bring in the local farmers. Working for those developers was incredible because they had the right set of morals that was my guiding factor from day one. It was incredible to watch what they did. So we did the farmers market, and then we worked on the Presidio, which was government-owned, and we had a lease to do math and science education in those buildings. So just watching, having done it right, and in such a big city, and the factors that go into developing were really, really fascinating to me. So I feel like I was able to be a part of something that's still standing.
Terrific.
And you taught architecture and design.
I do, yes, I did, and I still do at RISD. I feel like I have a lot of knowledge and experience of running my own business and design, so I teach when I can a class each semester at RISD, and I plan to do more of that in the future.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
So
Mr.
as a
Nicholson?
former planning board member.
How long, 50 years ago?
A couple hundred years ago.
Who's counting?
Not that I'm counting. It was a really interesting time for me. It was one of my second board that I was on in my younger days, and you bring an awful lot to this board, but you're going to learn an awful lot from this board. So I wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I
And
love
thank you-
learning.
thank
I'm a
you very
lifetime
much.
learner, so.
Kevin?
So one of the hardest concepts that I had when I got on the board 11 years ago, when Stanley got to the grown-up table, was balancing personal, private rights of landowners with what I liked of open space, recreational space, and I noticed that you do say that you like to preserve open space. How will you balance landowner rights while preserving open space?
Well, I think there has to be a balance. I am a big proponent of DNRT and all that they've preserved, and I've worked with the Buzzards Bay Coalition for water cleanliness, and I know what's behind the scenes, and I know how important it is for the environment to keep green space and clean water, and I'm a big thinker and a forward thinker, and I want this place to stand the test of time for my children who will have a future here.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next up, we have Helio Rosa. Mr. Rosa? Just to introduce yourself and your experience and basically why.
Helio Rosa. I'm currently the Vice President of Facilities and Real Estate for the YMCA of Greater Boston, which might sound a little intimidating, but I am a 25-plus year resident of Dartmouth. My formal education and training is also in architecture. For 13-plus years, worked at an architecture firm, all basis of design. Primarily, my focus was in project management and planning. I worked my way up through management, and the tail end of my career there, I was in quality assurance, responsible for all code evaluations, quality control, documents, and projects, where I was then recruited by South Coast Health to lead their design and construction department. Beginning of my tenure there was actually the medical space planning department, so planning was immediately ingrained into the requirements of the position. morphed into something a lot more deeper because we ran all of the design projects for the system, all of the construction for the system, and ultimately I got into the property management division. In that role, I was the de facto interior designer, in-house designer for the system. We also ran our own construction projects. All the planning, capital planning, strategic planning from a capital standpoint. Anything that you have seen around our communities through the greater New Bedford and Fall River areas were, and for those 11 years, were under my watch. During my tenure, during my architectural career, our sister company was also in construction management. So we had instances where we would take off our designer's hat and put our construction hat on. So it gave me a well-rounded breadth of experience in design, in construction, before I eventually moved on to the owner's role. Since 2020, I've led in similar roles all of the design and real estate work for the YMCA Greater Boston. We have 13 locations throughout the metropolitan Boston area and into the suburbs. There, I run all of their real estate in addition to the design and construction work itself. So in all of these roles, I've had the ability to gain all these different experiences, but certainly I've had to lead in working with local authorities, whether it's through planning departments, conservation commissions, in addition to inspectional services and building departments. Most of my work prior to the Y was in healthcare, heavily regulated, Department of Public Health. So working with local authorities, with state agencies, with local town and city agencies has come hand in hand with the work that I have done. More recently, even with the YMCA, we've had to, because of the projects that we've developed, we're working with DCR. We've had to work with local planning boards and getting A&Rs and other projects move forward. So collectively, this morphs into the Y. When I saw the opening with the planning board, given my experience, given my background, there was some synergy that, hey, maybe I could be of help and of service to the town, given my experience. So looking forward to the opportunity to, if it's appropriate, to working with the planning board and using all this locked up knowledge and experience to further the goals of Dartmouth.
Thank you for that. Kevin? You guys can start.
So in the past, we've always asked the same questions of all the candidates, so I want to remind everybody. So in doing so, how would you balance landowner rights with open space?
Like everything else, there's likely to be a middle ground or a common ground to be reached. Landowners' rights, I think, are primary. The autonomy is crucial, but working within the greater goal of the town is also an important and part of the role. And even drawing on my experience working in healthcare, finding common ground was really paramount and essential to the successes that we had working particularly at South Coast. And I'm going to say this with every ounce of respect that is due. Working with physicians and finding common ground with physicians isn't always an easy task. They have their role, they have their importance, they have their priorities. And that's important, And, you know, we took great pride in building consensus to getting a natural result and natural solutions for whatever the problem and task at hand. So that approach, I think, is just as essential and beneficial when it comes to planning.
Thank you.
Okay, I will ask the same question. How many, have you ever been on any boards in this town?
Yes. Earlier this year, I was appointed to the Recreation Center Building Committee.
So you've only been on there since January, February?
Yes.
Okay. You're a town meeting member, too?
I am a town meeting member.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kevin? Okay, board? David?
Well, I made a statement, I guess it's, you heard it, so I'll leave it at that. I didn't ask a question, so I'll keep it at that, but the more I listen to myself talk, the more important I felt it is, so it's not the last time I'm going to say it. Thank you.
Stanley?
Just real quick, former member of Planning Board. It's a big job. People, in a lot of cases, really don't understand what we did or what they do. But it's a big job. It's a big responsibility. everybody pulling at everyone, is in the best interest of the town, and I just hope whoever the appointee is understands that their responsibility is to the best interest of our town.
Mr. O'Neill?
Helio, thank you for coming forward, number one. You have time for it? Seems like you're pretty busy.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in town a lot. Do you work remotely, or are you back and forth to Boston, or?
I'm hybrid from Boston
Yeah,
to remote.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
Ms. Brooks?
All set.
Well, I pose the same question. Basically, you have to be a quick learner. Are you? And because it is technical. Most of it, a lot of it is technical. But as Nick had said, it's something that you have to be cognizant and aware of your surroundings. I think part of one of the biggest weirdest things that ever happened was the proposed fast food restaurant on the corner of Tucker Road and Route 6, where it sounded like a great idea for people who like that restaurant, but the location was an absolute disaster. And so you're gonna have something like that. You're gonna have somebody coming in, but I think not so much the developer that creates the most concerns. It's the single homeowner that wants to do something, and that's the one that really you want to try to work and help. And so, are you ready to get down and dirty on something like that? Because it could be your neighbor. You never know. So,
To answer, yes. And as far as the quick learning, I think it's a question of adaptability. From my experience, as you can see from my own experience and resume, I've been in architecture, I've been in construction, I've been the owner, I've gone from healthcare to now running one of the largest nonprofits in Boston. The nimbleness that's required has been required of me.
all right, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so now we have a decision to make here. And I can tell you this right now. This is never easy, because generally when we have this, we go feast or famine. And this is just, we have two really qualified candidates for this position. And it's,
Mr. McDonald?
yes.
I don't know how it came about with the zoning board, but they are the only board that seats a board and an alternate. And I'm looking at two outstanding candidates, and I'm going to follow that up with knowing that there are times when members of the planning board must recuse themselves from a discussion because in their other life, they may be the neighbor of, or they may be the relative of, or they may represent someone. I'm wondering if, and again, I don't know how that came upon us from the zoning board, but this seems like a board that having a member in the batter's box would be helpful.
Okay, you get my juices flowing, because it has happened in the past.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, and I think Mr. Gagné can probably help me, Kathleen Del Soto, who served on the planning board for a number of years, became a, alternate member? At that point, so there is a precedent in doing that.
Well, so the past experience in the last 11 years has been to have the most recent senior-most board member sit as our alternate. For example, 2 weeks ago, we were short, we were down, so our alternate currently is Lorianne Miller. That's who our current law, that we after April, every April, she is appointed now until, by this board, until next April. Next April, after the board is reconfigured, if there's any changes, the new members voted, at our first meeting, we vote to have somebody sit as our alternate. And she is there in the cases that Ms. Brooks said. Should somebody not be available due to illness, due to vacation, and we have a public hearing, we want that full. And that's why it came to be that way. It's not an alternate member per se. And there are rules in place that if they didn't see the first meeting, they have to witness, they have to watch the first meeting and sign that they're aware of the current.
Right, so they can't come into the middle of the conversation.
Correct. And it's always been a person with a large amount of experience that sits in that space. It's not like the Zoning Board of Appeals. I was the alternate for the Zoning Board of Appeals as a newbie, and it gave me a great way to get started, you know, just test the waters. And with the planning board, it's a little bit different.
My apologies for not knowing.
I'm assuming Mr. Attorney Savastano wants to weigh in because he got up and he's standing for us.
Our bylaws, Article 46, Section 37-46.1B provides, as provided in Massachusetts General Law 48, Section 9, the planning board, when acting as a special permit granting authority, so there is some limitations here, may appoint an alternate to serve in such time that the elected member of the board is unable to serve. And then it goes on to say that the appointment is made by 4 of the 5 elected members of the planning board. The planning board may make such an appointment any time, provided that that appointment expires after the first regular meeting, which takes place after the next general town election. But it's only for special permit granting authority. It's not for everything.
Right, not every meeting. Okay.
Correct.
All right, so the question is what do we do? Does anybody have any suggestions or just comments?
No, I mean, we have 2 great candidates, and generally in the past, what we've done is I ask for a nomination from the board, and then a second, and then the 2 boards would vote together on that. So do I have a nomination?
Can I ask a question before we get to the nomination? What definition, charter, et cetera, defines the fact that our board has to be limited? Is there a way to expand our board? And I speak before you in a way that's very, very difficult, but I want to say it because it's present. There are 2 candidates here that bring a profound amount of experience and benefit to the board, to the town, for $0, and they far exceed my capability in that subject matter. But by no means do I think, or can I reassure you, that they exceed my consideration for the people of Dartmouth or the town of Dartmouth. So I'm not excluding myself or removing myself. But where and how is the board limited?
It's the town charter.
And/or is this a situation where we can expand upon this?
It would, my quick read on the whole thing, because it's an elected position, it has to be a charter change.
Understood.
So right now, the charter has 5 members of the planning board being elected in different terms of 5 years.
Understood.
So to make any kind of change like that, we definitely have to go, number 1, to a charter committee, then town meeting, and from town meeting to the public, and then after the public vote, at the annual election, it has to go, waits another year.
Understood.
For it to be implemented.
Next town charter review is 10 years from now?
Well, we certainly could take up, we could take up an issue for the October town meeting.
Okay.
If we felt that there was something that needed, so this is the next
it's
bite
not
of the
once.
apple, right?
Okay.
Only because we haven't had the April 2025 election. Once we have the April 2025 election and we have proposed all the charter changes to the board, to the townspeople, then our role as charter members or charter review is done.
Okay.
And then in 2030, they could take it up. So we actually don't have 10 years to wait. We only have
Unless the select board calls for an elected charter commission, which can happen anytime. That does not necessarily have to be on a 5 or a 10-year cycle. That can be done anytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've also made interim charter changes in the past upon the recommendation of the select board, just to let you know. We don't have to wait 10 years. You
Right.
can, You can propose it to town meeting
Yeah,
anytime.
but something significant like this is,
Yeah.
it goes before the, it has to go before the
Right.
voters.
There's no emergency.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Well, if I may speak, I was impressed with both of the applications. They're both well-educated, have experience. So I studied it, and I must have read everything 3 times, honestly. And I'm very impressed with Mr. Rosa because of his commercial background and what he's done all the way around as construction, owning businesses. So I would make a motion to pick Mr. Rosa.
Do I have a second?
Can I speak freely for a moment?
You always do.
In respect to her motion, in all fairness to both candidates, the only thing that separates them, in my mind, and my ability to call upon one of them over the other, is that I know Mr. Rosa's character. I've interacted with Mr. Rosa numerous times, and for me, there's a little bit more transparency into who he is as a person, not to deter from the other candidate, but I'm making a distinct point that it's the only separation that allows me to support Margaret's motion. It has nothing to do with their credentials. They're both highly capable and qualified. So you have a second, but I wanted to clarify my second.
Transparency.
Yes.
all right, so there's a motion made by
Margaret.
Mrs. Sweet, sorry, this,
It's okay.
and seconded by Mr. Psychopatis. I said that right.
Nice job.
So that's from all the years eating at the Olympia. On the motion, is there any other questions on the motion by the planning board? Any questions from the select board? Okay,
I comment?
Mr. Tattlebaum.
2 outstanding candidates, very difficult. And I think that the only thing that separates me is that Mr. Rose has come to us before. He's been appointed, he's on a committee, and Ms. Lawton is not. She's local and she works local, and I think that give her the opportunity to be on the committee would be a good idea. That's the only reason, because I'd be thrilled. I'd love to have both people on the board, but that's not possible. So in the interest of spreading the wealth, that's my suggestion.
Okay. Anybody else?
My thinking was along the same lines as Mr. Tattlebaum. Helia was on our, I have to think about what it's called, Recreation Building Committee, and Kira would be a new face drawing in, and certainly I think both of them would be great additions, and that's why I initially mentioned about the alternative, because I'd love to see them both have an impact to the planning board.
There is an alternative, so.
Yes.
Myself, this is a wealth of, again, I've been in this position way too many times where we have 2 candidates, 3 candidates, 4 candidates that are just absolutely qualified for this position and just willing to do it. However, I will acquiesce to the planning board themselves and support what they decide what is best for them. And I'm a firm believer. Maybe at some point in time, Mr. Rosa will find that his duties on the Recreation Commission, Building Committee, might be too much to handle, and that he resigns, and then that position opens up for somebody who's equally qualified to be on that position, to be on that board also, even midstream, would be probably advantageous. So,
I don't know if it was an oversight, but there is no member of the planning board on that board that I'm aware of.
there is an old member.
Is there a member on that recreation?
No.
I don't think so.
No, there isn't.
So I don't know if that was an oversight, because that almost seems like it goes hand in hand, that
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, I think that was more of a, set up a citizen committee, so versus having it.
Okay.
Track, yeah.
All right, so on the motion, Kevin, you can call for a vote for your board.
okay. Roll call vote. Margaret Sweet,
Yes.
Kevin Estes,
No.
Nick Cyclepatis,
Yes.
Kevin Mello, yes.
Okay. All right, Select Board, roll call. Mr. O'Neill?
One comment?
Sure.
I think we have an opportunity to keep both. If Kara were appointed to the planning board and Helio were to stay on the recreation until we get into April and let them hash it out, you know? But, I would be a no on the current motion.
Clarify the vote, please.
It was
Right
3
now,
to 2.
It's 3-1, Planning Board.
3 to 1, sorry.
And we
That
are
works
voting?
for us,
We
yeah.
are-
Now
and
we're
just on
voting.
our own independent vote?
Oh, yes, our own independent vote. So Mr. O'Neill is a no. Ms. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
No?
Hmm?
No.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
And the chair votes in favor, yes. So we got 5-4? 5-4. Mr. Rosa is appointed to the planning board for the term till the next election, so.
Thank you.
Personally, I'd like to thank Mr. Rosa and Ms. Lawton for coming up, stepping up, and doing the position. It's not an easy thing not to be selected, that's for sure. But, you know, I have a feeling that we're not going to not see you anymore. We will see you in the future. So, okay, thank you very much. All right, so moving on, we have some other
Yes.
business to discuss. We have a planning director that has,
First, we have Planning Department
yeah,
Operations.
we're all set, yep. Mr. Rosa, you'll be getting a letter from our, Chris, you're gonna send a letter to Mr. Rosa? I will. Okay, and at that point in time, after that, see the town clerk to be sworn in, and then you can start what you need to do with the planning board. So we have a planning director
Nice to meet
that
you.
is resigning for the second time. And so what is on the planning board's docket to, congratulations, what's on the planning board's suggestion as to how we're going to move forward until the position is filled?
So I've met with Ross, and Ross is our assistant planner, and he's handling the day-to-day operations. We do need some professional help. He's not ready to step up. I wish he was, because I love to promote from within. He's just not ready for it at this time. So we do need, I've been using the word interim, contractor, whatever you prefer.
We've been using that term for a little bit, so we understand.
Somebody, Chris Vitale and I met, and we can offer 11 hours a week so that Ross will have somebody to go to. We will have somebody to go to. The board discussed it earlier. You know, if there's a public hearing, we feel that the consultant would have to be present on our Zoom public. If there's no public hearing, we feel that Ross would be sufficient to be handling the meetings, give him a little bit more responsibility. So we feel that we're at that point. It was asked, we need to appoint somebody. And the board, quite frankly, was a little bit upset with the exit and how the exit was handled. I, as the chairman of the planning board, was the second person to find out that she was leaving. Leave the personal effects out of it. You know, yes, I'm hurt. I'm over it. I didn't like that. My board didn't like that. I was asked not to tell my board, personally asked not to tell my board. So I didn't, out of respect. I said, okay, you can tell them yourself. My board found out via gossip, which did not look good for me. Caused friction. So we are asking that instead of following past practice where the immediate planner becomes our consultant, that we go back to our prior planner, who was more than willing to do it, and have John Hanson come back and be our consultant. we will have to bring him up to speed. And this would be only until we found a new planner. He has many years of experience. He has actually recently moved on to be the assistant town administrator and found his own replacement for the town. So he has some connections. He will really be valuable and hopefully helping us fill this position, because as many of you remember, the last time, the reason we brought the town planner back was after 8 months of her absence. We still had, in multiple nationwide searches, we had no one to fill the spot. So I think between his experience with Dartmouth, his recent experience filling the position for a planner, he would be very beneficial to us.
Then that's, all four of you agree?
We have not discussed it openly. I've constantly been saying, we need a planner. You know, I would have loved to ask another planner that was in the past, but I'm certain that they wouldn't have come back.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah.
So, you know.
John Hanson currently.
Swansea.
Oh, he's in Swansea.
So we have never discussed, we have just said examples, names, you know. It could be this person, could be that person.
I can tell you this right now. That is your board's decision. And if you're looking for support from us, I can't speak for all five of us. I can only speak for myself. I think going with John Hanson is a great decision. I'm fully aware of his past work and his work ethic, and I think it's a good choice as to somebody to assist this town while we're looking for a new planner. And you will have my support in making that decision. Thank you. Other members?
I'm sure the select board, the entire board will be behind me, really.
Thank you.
Mr. Talabon?
This fellow, John Henson's been appointed the new assistant town administrator?
He is the assistant administrator in Swansea, yes.
He was the town planner.
He was the
for
town
Swansea.
planner.
Well,
He moved back to his, he now works, Swansea is only 5 minutes from his home. So when he left us, it was to be closer
I
to home.
understand, but he's now, and I'm not, I agree that it's not our decision, but you're asking an assistant town administrator, newly appointed, to come to your meetings every...
Well, the planning board still, according to the governor's rules, meets remotely.
Okay, but he's got to do a lot of preparation, a lot of work.
On the major,
To be able to assist you properly.
So, on the major things, because we do have a full-time office staff. It probably would be very different if we did not have a full-time office staff.
We have somebody that's there now.
I understand.
So our assistant.
This will, we need to minimize, just like you would minimize how much you send to Attorney
No,
Savastano. You want to minimize what we send to.
We appointed a co-town administrators with the concern that how to divide the responsibilities, and I think our two fellows have done a fantastic job with that. And everybody knows what their responsibilities are. And obviously, in this particular case, between Ross and Hanson, and you as a chair is going to have to make sure who's responsible what and when. And if you're willing to do that, it'll work out great. If not, everybody won't know what their job is and who's responsible. That's just...
I think the reason for the interim town planner is for the major projects that require.
It is for
Right.
major projects.
Major projects.
Versus policy, which Ross could handle, because the policy comes from you guys as to the direction.
Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have a budget of 11 hours for 3 months. If we only use 5 hours 1 week, do the extras carry forward?
Yeah, so I believe how we were going to word it is up to 11. And I would say that obviously if we can conserve hours, if we do have an overrun in terms of that recruitment timeline, which we'll be talking about next, that'll help us to make sure that we can continue those services.
And I've already drafted the agreement, obviously, for you to look at, based on our conversations, Kevin and mine with Chris, and it doesn't cap it in a number of weeks, it caps it in dollars. The idea is to keep it under the $10,000 procurement. So it will carry until such time as you've expended $10,000.
Hopefully we get a good
Mr. Talbot, I could just,
HR is on that. And
and just to clarify, John's position in Swansea is not similar to our assistant town administrator. It's more akin to Deborah Molina Wender's job as economic development.
Okay.
So it's focused on that, even though the title is assistant town administrator.
I'd like to get Mr. O'Neill's opinion if he's willing to give it.
Yeah. First of all, proactive, forward-thinking. It's great that the boards come together with a suggestion. Normally, it's, you come with a problem with no suggestions, and that makes the job very, very difficult for us. But the fact that you found someone that has the experience to do this on a part-time basis and to help Ross with some of the bigger projects is great. I think Ross is doing a terrific job, by the way, of holding the department together and helping with the technical review meetings, which I think are invaluable, and we need to continue to get through those with everybody because it really does give us a great background for some of the bigger projects, and now John would be involved in those for the bigger ones. So I think that's I think it's a great option myself.
Terrific. Thank you.
Mrs. Brooks, anything?
I'm happy they found a solution.
I got this input from the former town planner that, I guess I can say this, I'll say it anyway. A day or two after Mr. McGinnis gave his notice, she got a call from a headhunter. Not so much that she was the greatest town planner in the world, but because headhunters know that when the top dog leaves, you want to go out and find out people who are disgruntled or may want to walk away, and that's what they did. She was offered something that she didn't want to refuse, and how she left and whatever, that's a different story. But I think we also need to be very aware of that process for us.
For the new planning director.
Going forward for all positions.
Let's put it this way, I akin headhunters to ambulance chasers, so.
But they hit home hard, and she was gone. But anyway.
Right. But then it trickles down from there. So, and actually, the technical reviewers meeting just came up. I'd like your blessing as a board to be able to have at least one representative of this board sit in with Ross Cuddy. I know it's been controversial in the past that board members go to those, but I think with your blessings, that should.
I don't see any reason why not. I mean, does anybody else?
What's the question?
Could we attend the technical review meetings in lieu of Christine? I know Chris sat in on those.
I think I was the one that asked too many questions.
You? No.
That was it for the planning board member actually being involved in those technical review meetings.
That's the end of that, right?
Yeah, that was the end of that. But I will reiterate what Kevin's saying. It's a very important process, especially for the larger projects in town, and it doesn't make any sense, it didn't then and it still doesn't, that a member of the planning board is not involved in those meetings.
Either Kevin, so.
And we thought what we could do was, every time there's a different technical review, we take turns doing it, okay?
Great idea.
And that way, when we go to the meetings, if something one of us doesn't understand, that person that was there perhaps could explain that. And that's our reason.
And I think that gets the board more involved into
Yes.
the minutia.
Yeah.
Which sometimes.
Second set of
doesn't
ears,
happen, right.
second set of eyes.
Right.
Maybe something gets lost in
I
the
think it's a
translation.
fantastic idea.
Back up for Ross.
Literally, I think it
Yes.
really is.
Yep.
Good,
Good. So, I
Meet
think the
tomorrow
general
morning at 10.
consensus you have right now from the board is that, go ahead and work out to try to get John, on board, which now kind of leads us into the next step is.
Help can we provide in that process, Mr. Chairman?
I think just our blessings right now.
Yeah.
Calling us if you
Just
need
your,
it.
They've already, between Kevin, Chris, and Anthony, they're gonna be working on the details of the agreement that he's gonna work under. And then go from
go
there.
back, when we're done here, we're gonna go back to our meeting, reopen, reconvene, take a vote, and close our meeting up. Then we'll have the official vote. We also need to take a vote, I believe, that I can sign the contract
Yep.
versus the whole board each having to come in to sign. So if they're comfortable with that, I will receive that vote. If not, all four of us will
Yeah,
come in.
we just need a vote from the board to authorize you to sign
Minutes.
on your behalf. Just like sometimes we have, we authorize the town administrator to sign on our behalf on certain contracts.
Correct. Correct.
Which kind of leads us to the next step, is now advertising for the position.
Please do.
Yes.
Yes.
And so with our HR director, she did sit down in preparation for this meeting and pull, the job description. She took a look through it, just made sure that it was current, up to date. In the packet, there is the job description, a draft advertisement, and a timeline, which I'll go over right now. So I know we were just talking about the 11 hours per week, and what that equates to is about 3 months, give or take, depending on the number of hours. So with that, that's the timeline we're operating in, and obviously, we don't want it to be 8 months. We want to be very aggressive coming out of the gate. So with that, the way we've proposed this is, week 1, which I would consider here right now, is identifying people we'd want to sit on the interview panel for the position, that screening committee. Week 2, meeting with that panel to establish the process for reviewing the job descriptions and confirming the timeline for the search. Beginning next week, we'd like to post the position. We'd like to set the deadline as of week 5, so that would leave a few weeks for people to apply. Week 6, we're proposing doing initial screening of applications through HR, with the idea that we can identify applicants who meet the minimum qualifications for what's posted, so that would be available, I guess, to help sort through the applications a little bit quicker. Week 7, distribute application summaries of the candidates, and the board can, or the screening committee can set recommendations for who they want to interview. That would take place over a 2-week period. Week 9, schedule the interviews. Week 10, conduct interviews and identify the top 3 candidates for the final rounds. Reference checks would occur before the final rounds, assuming there's no issues. And then interviews, or the final interviews and identifying the top candidate, would take place in week 12. Shortly after that, there'd be a recommendation for appointment, and then we'd begin contract negotiations from there. So all in all, that is 13 weeks for the appointment. The one thing that is conditional is, if it is someone who is currently in a role, what their notice period will be. So that would probably be another 3 weeks or so, is what we'd estimate. With that, there are a couple of questions that are open-ended and really up for discussion tonight, because again, to stick to that timeline, we're gonna need some answers so that we can just move. So one of the things is, who does the board want to have on that panel? I know last time it was made up of representative from the board, representative of the planning board, and I believe there was other members there. So, whether it's HR who wants to be in on that process, certainly, perhaps another department head, member of the planning department currently in the role, just for consideration. The next item for consideration is whether or not the committee, the screening committee, wants to just do a secondary review of the job description and add before it gets posted by HR. As part of this timeline, we are proposing doing an initial screen for minimum qualifications. That's something we can or can't do. I think the idea would be that we present all the applications to the screening committee, but we'd more or less have it as a summary of, here's the qualifications, in case it was something where you wanted to stick to what the ad says, more or less. The last thing is that final interview, if that will be in a joint meeting setting, and I believe it was last time, if history recalls, but I just wanted to confirm that. So I guess that's the quick summary of the timeline, how we see it. And this is obviously subject to, any adjustments made by the boards.
Okay, I think what I'd like to do is to forward the job description to the planning board so they can review. And then the sooner you guys get that back, the sooner that we can take care of it.
Okay.
As far as the screening committee goes, I'm a member of the planning board, member of the select board, HR.
Yep.
I think a three-person board should be fine. So what I'm going to do right now is ask my board members if anyone is interested, but I have a feeling, I think. No pressure. Somebody would be interested, okay. So I'm going to appoint Mr. O'Neill on that committee
You want me to?
as his first foray into, as a select person into a screening committee.
Mr. McDonald, I'm also going to ask that when the job description is complete, I'd like it to be written in the format that we did the town administrator's contract.
Yes. Yep. Now you'll see that.
As we go forward.
Basically, there's a
is
heading.
The format
There's a heading
would be
as to
consistent.
what the branch salary, if it's negotiable type of thing. So, and if it's union, non-union, that's all. It's just little heading things.
That's fine.
So that,
That's fine.
It's a visual.
Mr.
Comments?
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Firstly, if we're going to review the job description, is that going to add another week to this process?
No, I don't think so. I think the job description, then we'll forward the job description to the board. They can review it, and Mr. Mello can get back to Mr. Vitale.
We'll do everything we can to compact the process, not spread it out.
We will,
If you're not careful, 3 weeks are going to go by, and we're behind the ball. Okay. My second, on week 6, is to screen the applications. My concern is that you get all the applications, and you have maybe one, and you're throwing it. What do we do at that point in time, rather than just, okay, let's just pick the one and the other two? We need to have a plan up front to say, what are we going to do if the well is too dry and the quality is not there? What are we going to do about it?
I think we have to go back out,
Re-advertise.
re-advertise.
Yeah.
We don't
What
want
happened
a
last
dry well.
And we leave it up to that committee and your board to say, this is not working, we got to go back and to add another whatever, because we cannot say, if the well's dry, that we're going to just do what we can.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time a screening committee just said, and let's go out again. It's happened before,
Yeah, but that should be part of the plan.
as we did with the building inspectors.
Also, right now, we're looking at, if you count up those weeks and look when we're estimating a time frame to start, this person isn't starting until mid-November, going week by week here. So to say that we need to re-advertise and we're going to have to add now 2 more weeks to this is not going to
No, I'm saying at
extend the
week,
process ridiculously long.
at week 6, we have a decision to make. What are we going to do? And it may be that not only have to re-advertise, and maybe we have to pay more for I don't know what it's going to be.
Not only
This is what happened last
Not only
time.
do they have that decision, we have that decision too.
Understand that?
Correct.
But we can't drag our feet nonsensically.
Week
It's
6,
going to be concurrent searches here. so-
on week 6, when it's HR and TA screening the applications, should it also be this panel to interview looking at those applications as well?
I mean, I would think, when you get your initial applications, you can readily tell who you want to interview.
Week
So
6 and 7.
Basically, you're just saying, okay, say you have.
If they meet the
say you have
criteria or
12.
not.
Right, say you have 12. Okay, do they meet what they want? Okay, these 6 do, these 6 don't. Okay, see you later, 6. Now you're looking for the interview of the 6. And then you're going through it
That's a
further.
good scenario.
Optimistic.
Of course, it's a good scenario.
What if you have maybe one?
Could
So
be 3.
Then you go back out.
and 7,
The
whatever it takes.
difficult part will be if we have one shining star and nobody to interview them against. That is that's,
We'll bring in Stanley, can interview him.
That's
It depends on
the position you really want.
Depends on how bright that bulb is.
It doesn't happen. It might not happen.
It might not
You
happen.
have to be prepared for that.
Chris?
I think this time around,
you ready for
the
New
fact
Year's?
you have HR
Shill
involved in this process.
Right.
And so if, you know, we're gonna be tracking these applications as they come in, right? So hopefully it's not, we're waiting till week 6 to say, hey, we gotta, you know,
Right.
take a different approach here.
Okay.
You know, I think we're gonna be looking at this continuously, and if it looks like we, again, have a good amount and we're getting a good, number of applications from multiple sources, then we can feel confident in moving forward. You know, the other thing too is, we can set an application deadline, but again, even that deadline is fluid. It could be first review of applications starts on this date. So there's certainly things that as a screening committee, you can go and you can give that feedback to HR, and then, you know, we can make adjustments as necessary. I think the big thing here is if we're adding weeks or, you know, it just, on the backside of it, we want to make sure, again, talking about the support, you know, that we have those services in place while we go through this whole process.
Next question over there.
Quick question regarding the interim planner. Are we requesting commitment from the interim planner in exchange for what we're offering him? Or are we going to have a contract that's going to expire December 31st? Or are we defining that?
Yeah, Kev,
My understanding, the contract has a finite amount.
right,
$10,000.
$10,000.
And we'll
I-
be discussing that in the next.
Will we be able to discuss, however, the duration of time that 10,000 may include or not? In other words, that might decrease the pressure on the hiring process a little bit. If it's $10,000 and/or 12 calendar months.
It's a maximum 11 hours per week.
Hang on.
Understood.
For the 10,000 is, you can do that using better business practices without going to the next step in the procurement, which is anything above 10,000, less than 50,000, you have to get 3 quotes. So we're trying to keep it under the procurement amount of $10,000.
Understood.
We're
So
getting
could we do a
close to that,
second
and we need 'em
procurement?
further, we can talk about how we go from there.
Go for a secondary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I think you have your marching orders.
Thank
You
you.
know what you're going to do, so we look forward to seeing what's happening.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
HR will be in touch.
Enjoy your meeting.
We're going to continue. All right, next item on the agenda, we have the Partners in Housing. We have a permit fee waiver request. Mr. Gagne. I know that all this old is just having all over again, huh?
I don't envy you gentlemen and ladies in the jobs you have before you. The searches for these positions, I can tell you, is incredibly difficult. I know of 3 communities that town managers and administrators are looking for people. The well is very dry. The community I came from is looking for one right now to share with another community, and they've been in the search for about a year. So I wish you the best in that regard. I'm here this evening along with Connie Desbian, our Executive Director, and Maria Connors, a member of Partners in Housing, to tell you that our project, the Mendes Montero House, is now moving forward. We did a competitive procurement and bid for the construction of the facility and its amenities, and Partners in Housing has voted, along with the Housing Authority, to issue the contract for the construction of the house. We've been working tirelessly with state agencies. Our funding for the project, in addition to the money that has been contributed from the Community Preservation Act in Dartmouth, comes from 14 other different sources. I've seen some challenging paperwork in my lifetime, but I can tell you this is incredible. But it is going to be a reality, and the work is going to be started. The contract that we have selected is, in fact, applied almost 10 days ago for the building permit and all the associated permits that go with it. I'm not sure if any of the board members were here, but when Partners in Housing, in conjunction with the Housing Authority, did the Sisson Corner House, which is the old state police barracks, At that time, we made a request of the Board of Selectmen to waive the cost of the fees associated with the project. I think this is a fair request in that our project, the project of Dartmouth and the contribution from the Community Preservation Act will add 11 units of affordable housing to your affordable housing quota at the 10%. And as many of you know, some of you have some significant expiring use issues on some of the numbers that are counted towards your housing quota, and it's just going to be more complicated to get to that magic 10%. So I'm here this evening to answer any questions along with our members and our executive director, but the request would be, again, as we did before, to waive the permit fees for this project.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah. So considering the precedent that was set, off the top, I would say that I would suggest to the board to waive the $41,590 for a building permit and the $1,021 for the plumbing permit.
The question, before we do that, the question is, I want to speak to Director Bassett. Has the electrical permits been, not yet? Yeah, please.
So this project, their estimated cost of construction is $4,163,970. The building department fees, right now they're requesting waiver for, comes to a total of $42,611. There are other nonprofit tax exempt properties in Dartmouth, and they're all required to pay their building fees. My concern is that if you guys waive this fee, there's currently other projects going on with similar scopes of work. They're going to come back and ask for their fees to be waived as well, after we've already collected these fees.
Right.
So it's my recommendation that if this is something that you guys are willing to do, that we create a policy going forward that you have to satisfy these requirements in order to be considered for waiving the fees.
Well, we just recently did that in another, if you remember.
Right.
We waived some fees. It wasn't an awful lot of money, but it was,
Right.
the precedent was set. And we did
But
that with the Sisson also.
I agree with Randy was saying that we should have some type of guidelines as to, how to do this in the future,
It's 42,000.
Right,
It's
I know.
substantial.
It's
Yeah,
substantial.
a lot of money.
There's no doubt about it.
It's going to impact
But then
my
again,
budget.
I guess it's a percentage of the building costs.
Yeah, it's 10 for every 1,000.
Right, so you have a very large project and a very costly project, and of course, the fees are gonna be high. The fees are gonna go with it, so.
It's another, there's more money for the electrical permit.
I don't know what that is yet
You don't
because they
know
haven't
what that
applied.
Right, so, but, I know in the past, previous years, Connie coming before us looking for additional funds. So, these waiver of fees could be considered additional funds because they don't have to spend it. So, but I don't know, whatever the board wants to do. Mr. Tattelbaum?
You mentioned, Randy, other not-for-profits who are in the process now?
No, not for profits. They're just, there's other projects going on, like the 40B project that we have going on. They're even going to have some sort of low-income housing there as
I
well.
thought you said not-for-profit, you didn't?
No, the other nonprofit places in town, they all pay their billing department fees. They don't
Right.
get waivers or anything like that.
And they were not-for-profit or profit?
They're nonprofit.
Non-profit. And they didn't request the waiver, is that what happened?
I'm just throwing that out as an example of other
Well, the
properties
only
in
one
town
is
that
that
don't.
40B project.
What's
At
that?
this point. The only thing out there would be that 40B project.
That's not a not-for-profit.
No, that's the scope of work. They would try, just throwing that out there.
Anybody can request a
Yeah.
waiver of fees.
No, but,
Back in, if you
okay,
setting
I just want to
precedents.
clarify here. Are there other non-for-profits who have paid these fees, not-for-profit, who have paid these fees? Do you know of?
All other tax exempt properties in Dartmouth and nonprofit, they pay their building fees.
They did pay?
They do pay, yes, currently. They have paid, they have never asked for a waiver. They just pay their fees and we do what we have to do.
And that's really recent, under your watch or before?
Just like, so, the 110 inspections, things like that, for churches, places like that, they're exempt from taxes. They all pay for those.
What about town Buildings.
Town properties, we don't tax ourselves. Then we don't charge ourselves for building department. Those are the fees that we waive. I guess we're just paying ourselves to do.
Right, yeah.
Now that's all we waive.
So, what,
We have waived fee in the past for the Sisson, the Connor Sisson project,
Oh, for veterans housing.
veterans housing, correct.
On Route 6.
And this is the same group that sponsored that house is doing the same thing for this.
Which is completely different from the 40B housing lodge project.
Totally different.
Totally different. Apples and ice cream.
I understand that we're trying to be fair.
That's just my recommendation. Now, yes,
We're trying to be fair, and that's what we want to do here, but, so you're saying that if a church comes to us and wants to do a $10,000 project, or $50,000, they are paying that.
I'm just
fee.
recommending that we set a policy going forward.
Okay.
Yeah. And if this is something you want to do, then it's definitely important, because people may come back at us and ask for
Well, if we
refunds.
change the policy, it doesn't stop a church to come back from us who paid last year to say,
I wouldn't go backwards.
No, you have to go forward.
Go forward.
no, that doesn't stop from asking. Well, it doesn't stop from asking.
As Enzo Benizzi said, what's behind me doesn't count, it's what's in front of me.
But I do think we need to have some sort of policy so that it's not so,
An all-new
we're not
law.
having a discussion like this. We know what we've recommended.
Mr. O'Neill?
Michael, is this waiver, if not granted, going to stop this project from going forward?
It will not stop the project from going forward. In the pro forma we've done for the project, we've allowed that in there. But like with any project, money is certainly very tight, as you know, when we came back a second time before the select board and town meeting. I will point out 2 points that I think make this distinctly different. Partners in Housing has an IRS 501c3 nonprofit status, and it is current. And I will point out that this project has $1 million of the town of Dartmouth's money in it. It's got $1 million of the Dartmouth Housing Authority with an additional $500,000 coming through a loan that they're going to be putting to the project. All of the housing units are to be affordable for seniors. This is distinctly different than any of the 40Bs where you get 25% of the property on a rental assistance basis. This is just totally different than that. It worked very well with the Connor Sisson home. There are 12 units in there with veterans. The property, we got to remember also, will remain in the ownership of the Dartmouth Housing Authority. Partners in Housing has a 50-year lease on the construction and for the building. This is very, very different. There are no projects other than in Dartmouth, and I watch the housing market very closely, that are in this particular characterization. Thank you.
I think the interest of what Randy's saying is there is something we probably should do to make going forward something. But I agree with you that there's no comparison of this project versus a religious non-for-profit who is doing something but not part of the public good or public ownership or public monies. So we can, whatever we do going forward, we do have the ability to differentiate those in the interest of making it easier for the building department to be consistent.
Michael, is there?
Affordable housing for seniors, be it seniors with physical or mental health challenges, is a joint partnership between the Housing Authority, Partners in Housing, and the town of Dartmouth.
Public project.
It is. It
Yeah,
was
100%,
bid-
but it certainly is public.
It was bid under 149 as a Massachusetts public project. There's over $3 million of state money that's in this project coming from various housing authority, Department of Housing and Communities and Development.
And there's no in lieu of taxes, fees, or anything like that that comes in to the town annually on a project like that, right?
Valley fees.
It's a difficult thing, because, you know, in my business in New Bedford, I would look out and I had a tax bill of $39,000 a year on one building. And I would look out and I saw, 8 to 10 nonprofit organizations doing doing God's work, but not paying taxes and not having, and still having access to municipal services. So it's a difficult thing for me to, you know, the duality of it is difficult. It's a lot of money. I agree with Mr. Bassett, and, you know, you do have to be concerned about precedent, which we, I'm not sure what extent that fee was, or what the value of that fee was, but it was done in the past. This is, it's a big number.
Knowing how many years ago it was and construction costs at the time, it's far cheaper than what they're looking for now, that's for
Right,
sure.
right.
So basically, what's the board's pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I already made a
Oh,
motion.
sorry.
You made the motion?
Could I just ask?
Can you repeat the motion?
Dave has another question.
Could I just ask Randy one more question?
Hold that thought.
Can you understand the comparison and differential, and that we can hopefully put together some policy that would be fair to whomever, if there is one?
understand.
And differentiate this project from some other not-for-profits?
Of course. I understand this completely. I wanted to let it be known that this is a $4 million project, and that these properties, they don't contribute to the town and paying taxes, things like that, which I understand because of their status. This is the one time that they would be contributing to the town.
Yep.
And if you waive it, then we're not getting it.
And you're just doing what you
Yeah,
were
I'm just
hired to do?
recommending, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Wonderful, thank you.
which is fantastic. Which
Okay.
is what we were hoping for.
So once more, I move that we waive the fees associated with building of the Mendes Montero House. The permit fees of $41,590,000 for a building permit, $1,021 for a plumbing permit.
What about electrical?
Electrical permit fees, which have not been applied at this time.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
On the motion, any questions?
I would just like to add that if we can, under David's advisement earlier, come up with some type of plan going forward, I think it's an important issue, and we're probably going to run into this again.
Right, I believe, looking at Chris's laptop here, he's already got it noted. So, it's for future discussion between the two co-town administrators and Mr. Bassett.
The whole idea is to give the building inspector the tools to do the job correctly.
But still, no matter what, even if he has the tools, any request for building fee, any kind of permit fees, waivers, still has to come before this board.
Oh, yeah, no, but the tools to be fair, yeah. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None unanimous. You got it.
Okay.
Mr. Gagne,
you, Mr. Gagne.
you haven't lost your touch, Mr. Gagne.
Oh, you had Maria in the audience. She's ready to strong arm
Ready
anything.
to jump.
That's who we're really afraid of.
All right, next item on the agenda, we have the Select Board Interim Town Administrator Update Strategic Goals. Mr. Vitale, Mr. Guerrero.
Yes, thank you. Let me pull that screen up here. So something that was discussed at previous meetings that we are here before you this evening is strategic goals for the first half of this fiscal year. The last time the town did strategic goals was with former town administrator Sean McGinnis. It was on a 2-year or 3-year fiscal cycle. What we're proposing here is some short-term goals that the town can work towards, while we are also looking to appoint a permanent town administrator. The idea being that the work that we do here in the short term will be able to be built off of in the long term. So going down the list here, the first is proposing updating our classification and compensation plan to include the review of the job descriptions as well as assessing staffing levels in each department. So what we would do is we would bring on a firm, draft the scope of work, and do this over the next several months in preparation for the upcoming discussions next fiscal year as we enter into FY26. The second, which is another item on this agenda, is continuing to evaluate, prioritize, and allocate ARPA funding for one-time capital projects and other strategic priorities of the board. Working with our town departments, boards, and committees in preparation for fall town meeting, which is coming up very quickly. under the category of communication and visibility, continuing to advance the development of the housing production plan, hazard mitigation plan, and a comprehensive emergency management plan. Currently, 2 of these plans have expired. We are fortunate that we have funding for these 2 plans through grant sources, and we will be continuing those efforts going into FY25. The next item is reviewing the recent activity of the town's boards and committees. We will look at if any of the boards and committees are no longer needed and/or have completed their intended purpose. There was also discussion amongst the board about assigning select board liaisons to the remaining board and committees. With that, it's also a good opportunity to look at the charge of these committees and make sure that that information is available for the public's purposes. The next, in terms of communication, when we talk about emergency management, exploring the benefits of a reverse 911 system. Currently, we have several departments who have some of this functionality, but what we'd like to do is, as we look at comprehensive emergency management, is also looking at our means to communicate with not just our staff, but members of the public in these severe cases and severe emergencies. The next item is just regular update to the board on the town's ongoing communication efforts and initiatives. So with that, our communications coordinator, Magnolia McComish, she presented to the board several months ago on her initiatives since starting. She plans to come back before the board in a couple weeks to give an update to the board on some of the initiatives that she's going to be undertaking this fiscal year. With that, I know that Gary and I are both available to the board, and it is an ongoing dialogue as to the needs of this board during the interim. The last section is regarding service delivery and operational efficiencies. And so the first item there is continue to work with the Capital Planning Committee and Long Range Capital Planning Committee on reforming evaluation criteria for projects and initiatives. This is something that I believe my co-interim town administrator, Gary Carrero, has mentioned previously in front of the board. And we'd also look to do a similar philosophy on grading proposals, considering capital projects of various departments in the same light when it comes to the long-range capital plan. The next is continue to work with human resources and town departments to fill key roles, including the town administrator position and the director of planning position that we discussed earlier this evening. Next item, taking steps to fund and implement a geographic information system, or GIS, asset management system. And what we do is identify third-party service providers who could assist with the implementation and the ongoing operation. So a little background on this is, GIS we use for a multitude of things when it comes to our assessment database, our zoning maps, our floodplain management, but there's also a bigger role that it plays when it comes to the day-to-day logging and upkeep of our assets in town. So we're talking about our roads, our signage. This is something that we would like to build on and build our capacity. And there are several ongoing initiatives across departments that can benefit from this centralized approach. Step 11, funding. We talked about water quality. This would fund and complete a phase 1 water quality assessment and data analysis with the goal of developing a framework for a town-wide watershed management plan. As part of this first phase, we'd engage third-party firms that specialize in water quality and that can provide professional consulting services to the town of Dartmouth. So really taking the goals that have been identified in a lot of our strategic plan documents and really putting it in one location, one step-by-step action plan for the town long-term. Number 12 is reviewing the Water Quality Advisory Committee charge that's currently on the books, making sure that is the direction the town wants to move and taking next steps to appoint at-large members. And lastly is continue to work with our DART committee to developing a framework for how to administer the opioid funds that we are receiving going forward. So that is the list of goals.
Excuse me.
You know, now these, bless
me.
you. These are draft goals, open to the board's feedback. You know, this has been put together based on, again, what is in our master plan document, the ongoing discussions before the boards and the issues we're currently facing, as well as, again, emerging issues that we see at the administrative level that will set us on the right path.
It's definitely, it is, very much so, especially for the short term. Mr. Tattlebaum.
I think that Chris and Gary have taken this responsibility not only seriously, but they also understood that this is a really well-defined short-term program. And I think it's all doable. I would like to emphasize that whatever we're talking about when it comes to water quality and when it comes to long-range planning, I do, as I've said many times, they're really important. And this addresses those issues in a way that I think is really critical and also doable, and it's in a time frame that we can really get something done. And they both, from my perspective, working them, they both have worked really well together to get this done, and I'm very appreciative.
Thank you. Mr. Mickelson?
I'm good.
Mr. O'Neill?
Set.
Ms. Brooks?
So upon looking at these, and I would love to be as optimistic as Mr. Tattlebaum. I think there's a lot. There's 13 goals, which when we wrote the goal document for Mr. McGinnis, we did not include 13 goals. But I wanted to just look at, we have one that we have said, which is under communication and visibility, item number 4. That one said that there were grant possibilities to assist with the housing production plan, hazard mitigation plan, and the CEMP. There were 3 other goals that talked about bringing in a consultant or having some other group be hired to do the job. And I'm just, you know, I have bringing in a firm for number 1, which is updating the classification and compensation plan, which we have talked about. The GIS system, bringing in a third party, and water quality consultant services. Now, under the number 11 water quality consultant services, is that what is happening right now at DPW with their efficiency study, or something different?
So I suppose I'll take the first comment, then I'll address that second comment. So under number 4, communications and visibility, we have received the grant funds for the housing production plan and the hazard mitigation plan. We already have the consultant on board, and that plan is underway. I have also met with our emergency management director and our local representative from MEMA earlier today to talk about the comprehensive emergency management plan, and I'm very pleased to share that they are very excited and open to partnering with us to assist with capacity.
Okay.
Now, that has been something ongoing, but I think that push, you know, from Gary and myself to really make it a priority of the town to get people in a room and get it updated, I think will help that initiative give over the finish line. When we move down to goal 11, the phase 1 local water quality assessment and data analysis. So this has been a discussion that's been floated between multiple groups within town, multiple boards, including our Board of Public Works, our DPW, our Harbor Management Plan Implementation Committee, and certainly the discussions before this board in recent meetings. So with this, your short answer is no. This would be separate from what DPW is currently doing with their comprehensive wastewater management plan development. What this would do is look at water quality, not just in wastewater, but across the other means, so drinking water, storm water. And it would really compile the information we have on the books in one location. The other thing it would do is hopefully identify a gap in our data for future phases, for future discussions, with the idea that once we get we talked about the GIS system earlier. When we get all of our data in one location, we figure out, all right, this is where we need to apply our efforts. We can really come up with a plan that not only identifies the need, but comes up with realistic goals as a town for us to hit when it comes to tackling water quality across all of those functional areas. This is really the first step in that process, but it is crucial as we go forward, in our opinion.
I would also add that the priority in these goals were first and foremost were short-term, and also things are in the pipeline already. And I think that's what you did. And my optimism is not we're going to solve all these problems and get them done, but it's going to continue the process of stuff that was in the pipeline and really important or very high priority. And I think that's what you've done.
Any other comments?
No.
So, do you need us to approve?
We will take an endorsement from the board.
I make a motion that we accept the 13 goals.
As presented.
Excuse me?
As presented.
As presented. Is it 13?
13 there are.
Oh, I'm looking for it over here, wrong paper. 13 as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Tattlebaum, seconded by Mr. Mickelson to endorse the interim goals presented by Mr. Carrero and Mr. Vitale. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None unanimous. Got it. All right, next time on the agenda, we have the ARPA funding allocation update.
Yes, so I'm gonna have Gary come up to speak to this, but we just talked about our strategic goals. One of those is looking at our ARPA expenditures and applying them and making sure that we are utilizing every dollar available to us. So I think you'll see some of this is repetitive from our last agenda item. Turn it over to Gary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As you know, we still have some pool of money from ARPA, being the federal money and then the county money. So we started off with $5.7 million in county money and then $3.5 million roughly in federal money. This is to draw down the remaining balance of the federal money. We have about $350,000 of ARPA money. Tim Barber, the DPW director, is meeting with the county. I think he met today, or was meeting this week with them to with a plan to draw down the remaining of that, because as you know, there is a timeline by the end of this year, in September, that they need to know about that. So as you go through the list, I can go through them briefly. Chris had spoke a little bit about some of them that were just there. $50,000 for the MIS, and most of these are coming off the short-term capital that we have, but we just don't have enough money to fund it if we don't have enough free cash certified. $50,000 is townwide computer replacement, and we haven't replaced the computers in town since 2018. So with now everything being web-based, we can see that we're going to save some money because we don't have to buy the desktops, the large desktops that we had to purchase back then. They can be smaller devices that sit on the desks, and $50,000 would, as far as the director's concerned, be able to do the majority of the town, just the town side, not the schools, obviously. $75,000 is the server replacement, which is in town hall. And what that does is that allows us to bring on platforms and enhance platforms like Munis, our financial software system. As they continue to do upgrades, we find that we need to replace servers. If we don't, then we're not able to continue with the upgrades, which is vitally important to the financial software for the town and the other components that we run servers on. Everything being web-based right now, there's a need to always replace servers every couple of years.
Is this a time to take a look at some of the software packages? I know that we had talked a little while ago about upgrading the like the point of sale, I guess, sticker-based software and kind of upgrading it. Is this the time to do that? Is any of that included in these funds?
So right now that's through the View Permit portal and the other portals we have. We also have the one that deals with recreation sportsmen. So those are relatively new, and every year we pay a service agreement to that, which ensures that the town is always on the latest platform. So there isn't really a need right now to purchase the newest software because it's web-based, and we're continually getting the newest version of that. So that helps the town with, and if you remember, we budgeted that in the budget this year, before it was a capital item. All those increases were borne to capital. Now we've actually included that in the fiscal 25 budget as an operational expense. And so the next one is the GIS system that Chris just spoke about, enhancing that. At the last meeting there was a need to potentially bring that beyond what it is now. We pay a stipend to 2 individuals. There'll be more of a need as we make that system more robust for the town, and this would be seed money for that. $100,000 for the comprehensive emergency management plan. I think maybe Chris can speak to that a little bit.
Yes, so this dollar amount is a placeholder. Now, I will say, just in my preliminary conversations from earlier today, I don't anticipate 100,000, which is very good news. But with that, if we did need to bring outside individuals or consultants in to help us draft that document, we want it there, again, just to get this plan over the finish line.
Okay. And then the $125,000 for I&I, that, with over $50,000 for Phase 1 water quality assessment. We just spoke about that. $125,000 for I&I. This is continuous. If you look at the short-range capital that they present to us every year, it's always on the capital request. So seeing that we have this federal money, we can add a little bit more to that and help the department, deal with inflow and infiltration. And then the $100,000 classification compensation operational staffing assessment, and also to include job descriptions. As mentioned, back in 2018 was the last time we did a comprehensive study of salaries in town, and being that the job market now is so competitive, we're looking to go out again with another firm to do another analysis, sooner than later, so that we're ready for negotiations. And then the last one was a level 2 priority that the police department had asked for, the CAD RMS service to the police department. And what this is they have a contract in hand that would go ahead and save this dollar amount, because this dollar amount would increase exponentially, because it's been 2 years since he's asked for this, year and a half. So he's asking for it now so that the contract doesn't increase because of inflation. And it's basically a system where, he wrote me a little note on this. It brings in, it's from Central Square Service Pro, and it includes mapping records, management system for incidents and arrest crash warrants. So it allows the department to be more efficient, I guess, when they're putting all this data together. And this is a centralized system that does that. And he's asked for it on the short-term capital for about 2 years now, as a level 2 priority. Level 1 is the cruises, which we didn't fund in the spring. But hopefully we can fund that in the fall. This would knock this off the list. That's the list of
Anybody
priorities
have any
that Chris and I
questions
can.
on this list? David?
I know many months back, I know we met, Gary, and you were heading that charge to make sure that we applied for and submitted these ARPA funding requests, and now we have this. Are we going to be able to satisfy the requirements to get this stuff in on time, or do we need to do something extra over and above to make sure it happens? I know ARPA's a moving target between federal and county, and it's all over the place. So how do you think we're going to be able to pull it off?
So the federal money is different than the county money. The county money is on a drawdown basis, as you know. The federal money is, if you approve this tonight, we go to the departments tomorrow and say, you can begin. We don't have to wait for the process from the county government. There might be a little bit of time, but I don't see these projects, because most of them are already in the queue. They've already contacted vendors. They've already asked for scopes of work for this. And the other thing too is, out of this federal money, I am still earmarking $600,000 for the HVAC system, because I'm not 100% sure that the county is going to approve that. So I want to make sure that we have money in place in case they don't. I don't want to have a hit to free cash in the fall. So I'm pretty confident they will, but I just don't want to. So we may come back again if they do approve it, and you may have an additional $600,000. Also, you have $1.1 million in money set aside for the rec center, which has not been spent yet. So in the case where the rec center may not get approval down the line, you still have $1.1 million out of the money that I just mentioned to spend. So those are still 2 pieces that are earmarked. So there's still a substantial amount of money to have for this discussion, maybe on other projects going forward.
Thank you, Gary.
You said our deadline is September?
On the county money, this is federal
County
money.
money?
This is federal
Okay.
money, so this is. And the county is about 300,000, so at the upcoming meeting, Tim Barber's gonna be before the board, with the recommendation for some adjustments, and I'm sure after he has the discussions with the county, we should hear back from them relatively soon on
Yeah,
that.
that,
ahead
that's
of
the most
6:30
important.
deadline.
We have to act on that sooner than later. That's where the deadline is.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Thanks, Gary.
So we need a motion to approve this list.
I'll make that motion. We approve the list of ARPA funding allocations per the specific list here.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Tattlebaum, seconded by Mr. Mickelson. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, unanimous. Got it. Okay, next item on the agenda, we have the town administrator search firm draft RFP review. In your packet, you have the draft review, and you also have a letter from Attorney Savastano. So we should make a decision as to what we're going to do. So, Attorney Savastano, you want to just kind of comment on your letter? Just kind of give a brief synopsis as to what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to renew make sure you understand the procurement. So anything under $10,000, you just have to use best business practices. Anything between 10 and 50, you can just get 3 quotes. In doing so, you have to do a couple of things. You need to have a written purchase description. I know you did some quotes, so I don't know if you did all of this. The reason for the written purchase description would be to ensure that you adequately describe what you're looking for.
Could you talk into that?
Yeah, I turned her into pumpkin after 9 o'clock, so sorry. I'm up early. I apologize. My voice gets lower as it gets later in the night. So what I was saying, anything between 10 and 50, you only need to get 3 quotes. And I know you guys did that. I don't know if how you did that. I wasn't involved in that. And then I got to tell you, I review a lot of stuff written by a lot of people, and I was incredibly impressed. I only made 2 very minor comments on this. Melanie did a phenomenal job. It really is it's a tough thing, and she turns it around incredibly quickly. I was kind of shocked, to be honest with you. I got out my pen and I was ready to mark it up, and I was like, she didn't give me anything to do.
We're very blessed. Very
But
blessed.
it's an onerous process. You don't need to go through that onerous process. I wasn't part of the whole prior discussion. You can do that if you want to. It's just an onerous process. I did notice the time frame. I think she tightened it as much as she could, given the process. But I just wanted to reiterate that you don't have to go through the whole process.
So, excuse me, so this is a fast track, basically, is that what you're saying, rather
Oh,
than?
I mean, if you want it that detailed, yes. I mean, unfortunately, if you wanted that detailed, she can answer that more than I can in terms, I didn't look at every single time frame and how quickly you could,
I don't think we're
reduce
looking for a long
timeframes,
process.
but just by choosing the RFP process, you're making it a lot longer. That's the concern.
Right.
So I just want to make sure you were aware of all the alternatives, because I was not involved in that discussion. And you can avoid 30B completely if you want to go with the Collins Center, because they are a state agency.
Correct.
So, again, it's your choice. I'm not suggesting one course over another. I just want to make sure that you understood that.
So we have a choice right now. Choice is, do we go with the RFP process, or do we just automatically, or do we forego the RFP process and choose the Collins Center to facilitate the town administrator process?
So if you look at the time frame, if we went through the RFP process, we're not going to have anybody in place until January, if maybe later than that, and most likely later than that. Right now, I think we should, it's going to be the same pool of candidates. Why waste that amount of time to get the same pool of candidates? I think the Collins Center option is the best, my opinion alone, the best choice for the town.
I think
I was keeping my mouth shut when you're talking about the planner, but we write into our contracts that they have to give 90 days' notice. So if any of these people, planner or town administrator, is working somewhere else and has a similar contract, and you like them, it might be a 90-day,
Now you're into
60-day,
April.
30-day notice. I don't know. you know, what the preferred candidate would have in his current contract, his or her current.
So you're saying the 90 days may be in their contract, they can't leave?
We write it in ours.
And they can't leave?
Well, I mean,
In 90 days.
Well, I can't,
supposed to give 90 days notice. They don't always do that, but is that the kind of person you want working for you?
Let me,
You want somebody who
Going to
leaves somebody
break the
else high and
contract.
dry
Let
and
me ask this.
breaches their contract to go somewhere new? I would say probably not, but.
let me just ask this question. If the board decides to go with the Collins Center route, can we still appoint Melanie Perry as our liaison from the select board to the Collins Center in this process?
Yes. I didn't look at the Collins Center proposal, so I don't know what they put. I know that, and just talking.
It's pretty
Chris
much
and
a boilerplate for everything. You know, it's the same thing that, you know, but I think I want to keep Melanie in the loop on this, and I want to keep her involved on this, because, as you said, she did a bang-up job on this draft proposal. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, so.
If you ever fire her, I'll hire her, put it that way.
Don't get any ideas.
well, we also,
Don't forget, if you do, you have to work with Brian. He's a real pit bull.
You gotta give us 90 days.
well, if we do use it, we need to have Melanie anyway, because we have in-house people applying, so
Right.
we need that anyway. She has to stay in place.
Yeah, well, that's the
Yes.
reason why. That, other than, my first reason is she did a bang-up job.
That's it.
Second, because there's a
She has to.
possibility
She
of
has to.
in-house candidates, so.
At some point, and I know there was some discussion or preference for Mr. Cressman, at some point, if you do have a committee that's doing interviews, you can always offer him a
Yeah,
position on that.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we go the Collins Center route.
To engage the Collins Center for services for the town administrative search?
It's for a draft.
That's, okay.
Right, yep.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mrs. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? Mr. Tattlebaum?
That going to, that'll affect the, this particular timeline, it should shorten it, is that correct?
Shorten it, yes, by several weeks.
It won't make it longer.
It won't make it
It
longer.
won't keep it the same.
In the-
It might make it shorter.
It's, all the hard work she did is out the window.
Beautiful as it was.
For a new attorney, we'll use that for that.
The Collins Center had provided a timeline.
Right, and the proposal that she worked on can be given to the Collins Center as, so, you know, it's not for naught, that's for sure, so.
Maybe we can negotiate a lesser fee, because she did all the work.
We'll see what happens.
The Collins Center proposal had given us a timeline,
Yes, they did.
so,
Yep.
So, all right,
short-
on the
I assume
motion,
it's a
any
shorter
further
one, right?
questions?
no.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None unanimous. Okay, so now we got our,
Thank you.
now we got so let's go. All right, next item on the agenda, we have boards and the committee appointments. First up is the Agricultural Commission. We have Andrew Burns, Fred Dabney, and Jeffrey Kinder for 3 years.
Motion to appoint.
Motion to appoint made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by
Me.
Mrs.
Mr. Tattlebaum. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, none unanimous. I know one of the gentlemen was under the 75% threshold, but it's only 3 minutes.
It's
only
3 meetings, and he attended 2.
Yeah, so that's fine. Capital Planning Committee, you got Elizabeth Hudakoppa. I hope I said that correctly, sorry.
Yep.
Bet.
Motion to appoint.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by
Second.
Mr. O'Neill. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none unanimous. Cornell Advisory Committee, a remarkable committee. William Chandler, Michael Roy, Thomas Yenna, and Gloria Bancroft.
Motion to appoint.
Thomas, yeah.
I will tell you that Gloria had less than 100%, but having served with Gloria, when she is there, she is 100% involved, and when she isn't there, she's still doing her homework.
She
So-
certainly is, that's for sure. All right,
Made.
motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by
Second.
Mr. O'Neill. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, none unanimous. Cultural Council, and this is not the single group. Ellen Kavanaugh, 3 years.
Motion to appoint.
Motion, you got that. Huh? You're pretty hip.
Yeah, right.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. O'Neill. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, none unanimous. Next item on the agenda, we have the interim town administrator update.
First, I just want to say that is it for our reappointments for FY '25. We did it. Just a couple items. The first is the town was awarded just over $20,000 through the state's municipal local cybersecurity program. Those funds will allow the town to migrate to the .gov domain. So what does that mean?
That sounds
Coming
something.
soon,
Vacation, migrating?
that will be.
This country?
It's a big change.
Words.
It's a big change. So with that, how people access our website, right now our URL is currently town.dartmouth.ma.us. This funding will allow us to move to dartmouthma.gov. In addition, that will also be the
Less typing.
and that will also be the case for our email addresses as well. So with that, this is best practice. This will obviously make it easier for people to find us, communicate with us. It offers an additional layer of security, and it increases public confidence that they know that we are in fact a government agency. I mean, it is an official government website.
Better for beach stickers?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, yeah.
The answer is always yes.
Yeah, beach tickets, that's all that we do.
No problem.
By the,
can't take it
by
anymore.
the looks of the
O'clock,
beach.
we just go
Looks of
downhill.
the beach yesterday.
I can't take it anymore.
Right, it's,
So just quickly, more information to come. We will make sure that our communications outreach on this initiative is far and wide, but we are very excited. The second item is, as you may have heard, Eversource has begun gas line replacement along Slocum Road from Patton Street to Metropolitan Street. They started that earlier today. Our office did receive this news late Friday. This is expected to take about a month, to August 22nd. During
School, thank you.
Yes, it'll be before school, that was their goal. But during this period, traffic southbound should be unaffected. If you are heading northbound, you're going to be detoured onto Hawthorne Street and then northerly on Brownwell Avenue. So we have received an email from our point of contact at Eversource, and we will be asking him to come in and give us an update at our next meeting, which is August 12th, just to make sure that they do intend to keep to their schedule and address any additional questions or concerns the board may
Signage.
have at that time.
we're gonna need signage.
Can I just say that I'm pretty disappointed with the process on this, that, you know, we got or I received the email on last Wednesday. And, you know, I would have loved to have had an opportunity to have them in front of us, talk about the scheduling, what the logistics are gonna be, and whether they're gonna leave Slocum Road the same way they left Dartmouth Street. Because if they do, it's an abomination. I don't know what the plan is to smooth Dartmouth Street out with that installation of gas line, but I hope they're coming back. And the same thing that I asked the woman from the electric company a couple of meetings ago, you know, are they gonna treat these cuts the same way that they would make someone who lives on Slocum Road treat that cut? You know, saw cuts, flow fill, and the extra expense required to make that as smooth as possible so it lasts a longer period of time. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to drive a plow truck up Dartmouth Street this winter. So I'm not sure if we can get an update from them on what the actual plan is. I hope they get in here, but I understood there were permits that still weren't issued yet, and they were going to be in front of us, and they never came in front of us. So this is not a small project. So I hope I hope the work done by the contractor, whoever it's going to be, if it's going to be Riley or whoever it's going to be, is going to leave the town of Dartmouth better than they found it.
You know,
Because I'm
excuse
not.
me, when you mentioned that, there are some states, Rhode Island, as a matter of fact, when contractors like do a project like we're looking at now, it is the responsibility of the contract to go to curb to make the corrections. Just not where they dug the hole, curb to curb. Otherwise, the hefty fines by the state. Maybe we should look into something like that to make the contractors more responsible for what they do with our
I've gotten so many calls from people. It's outrageous.
Everybody's
I
screaming.
mean, these are public entities.
Yep.
But also,
These are
this is a
traded.
road that I'm going to say, Slocum Road has been intact. You know, it's one of the few roads that we have a smooth surface on, and now.
Well, that's
it
the other
hasn't been
question
very
for the
long.
DPW.
These
This
are
wasn't a full replacement of the road, it was that micro finish on it.
Right.
And the number of years that they are allowed not to, restricted from cutting that is lower, I understand that, but I don't know what those dates are. I'd like to know what those dates are to see if
I think we
they
should
bypass that.
we should look into it in the future.
First and foremost, I think doing the operation right before school is just absolutely ridiculous. You know, so, I mean,
During school.
well, that's what it was leading up to, because initially they said that they were gonna go into September for this, which was ridiculous. So now, at least hearing it's gonna be done before school is a little bit of some kind of solace, but still, yeah. You know, just like when they did Route 6, okay, they cut into Route 6 on the eastbound side, and they ended up doing half the highway. So half the highway is fairly smooth, and the other part of the highway still has its freeze bumps. So, yeah, something needs to be done. The DPW needs to revisit this type of policy as to how they're going to take care of the cuts and whatnot. So I think that's something that this board needs to discuss with the DPW to do that, and it will be noted, and we will get it done. Continue.
That's it from me.
Okay, so as far as updates,
Old business.
Old business.
old business, do we have anything on Bliss Corner?
No updates.
Lake Nokichoke, Municipal Broadband, Mass DEP Title V, they've been quiet for scary minutes. All right, so no updates on their old business. Minutes, June 17th, 2024. Board's pleasure.
Motion accept and file.
Motion to approve made by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by
Mrs. Brooks.
Mrs. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, none, unanimous. Select Board updates. Anybody have any updates?
The only thing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention, as well as all our home listeners, is that this week, anyone in town who had not responded to the spring mailing from the state received a voter registration asking if they wanted to participate in mail-in voting. And I didn't bring the example of the card. I will to our next meeting. If you completed that in the spring and said yes to all elections this year, you would not have gotten another mailing. However, if you did not respond in the spring, they sent one out to you now so that you could do you could get the November ballot mailed to your home.
So it's easier to vote, but you got to get the paperwork in. Easy to vote, not the day of the election. But you got to register.
Right.
I think it's good till September.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
It just came out.
Yeah,
Next
right.
meeting, I'll bring the,
The state primaries, and then you have the presidential election, so. Okay, anybody else? I just have one thing. I just want to give a shout out to the Dartmouth Dynamites, the 12U Gold. Last weekend, the DGAL, Dartmouth Girls Athletic League, held a softball tournament that had had 20 teams from New York and throughout New England that came. 12U has been solidly trying to win their tournament for all these years, and they finally did it this year. And what I'd like to do is congratulate the team members, Shiley Turgeon, Rebecca Watson, Chloe Korolnik, Addie Thomas, Chloe Tripp, Taylor Bopaland, Hayden Kamara, Reese Rimswitz, Addie LaBelle, Avery Imbo, Raquel Estrella, and Venna Botello for being part of that team. All players are just, they played very well. They played lights out, and they did a great job. The coaches, Ryan Rimsowitz, Taylor Rimsowitz, Tim Imbo, and Brian Thomas, two of the gentlemen are co-commissioners, did an excellent job. And I do have to say, as a grandfather, my granddaughter was part of that team, and they did a great job. So they're on to Hershey.
Did you umpire the game as well?
No, I don't. I don't umpire softball. I used to do football. Softball, no, heck no. So with that,
One more thing.
congratulations, girls, and looking forward to a
Absolutely.
great,
Congratulations is right.
great tournament in Hershey.
Yes. So before we, this last Tuesday, Mr. McDonald gave the Dartmouth Community Band the citation that we had signed. But I just wanted to remind everyone that on Tuesday nights at the Aponagansett Landing, or the Aponagansett, the Bucket, the beach, on Tuesday nights, the Dartmouth Community Band performs, and on Wednesday nights, it's the Parks and Rec Community Concert. On Tuesday nights, the concerts are free, the bucket is open, and it's really wonderful to see so many former Dartmouth band members, Dartmouth community members. So this was their 50th anniversary, and they had folks in the audience that had been a part of that initial band. But what's so amazing to me is that they play an entire new repertoire of songs every week. And they get their new song collection and they practice on their own, and then they perform it. So, when we see the groups on Wednesday night, it's the same set of music that they play when they go out to a different club or something. So I think it's really wonderful to see members of the community who still have the chops and can perform for us on Tuesday night. So I'm just giving them a shout out, a plug, and I encourage everyone.
Definitely.
They're doing a hell of a job for 100-year-olds.
50.
Well, they're...
You're 100. Not yet. But the age range.
Young in spirit.
The age range of the participants is actually incredible. And of course, they had to, because it was the 50th anniversary, they had to try to find room to get people into the band. They were squeezing people in.
Yeah, on the ramps and
But they did a
everything.
hell of a job, and hopefully, as we were there, the weather was starting to get a little bad, but it cleared up.
We made it.
They made it through, so.
I wanted to give them a shout out, and they do have some high school kids that are involved, and they do have folks that,
They have high school kids that have graduated 60 years ago.
it was great.
One of your classmates.
Good night.
Okay, so with that, anybody have anything else? Motion made by Mr. Mickelson to adjourn, seconded by Mrs. Brooks. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor say aye. Good night, everybody.